Hello, everyone. Forgot to unmute my microphone. Thank goodness I was looking at OBS. Welcome back to another stream. Today I'm going to be working on some more of my website stuff. This is me. A pain. So, last stream I struggled to get... Leave me alone, Twitch. I struggled to get my thing to actually deploy. I eventually did get it to deploy. I didn't do it on stream though. I just did it off camera. I basically just deleted all of the Cloudflare functions code. Like I just completely deleted it. I also deleted the like Wrangler config and like just completely reverted back and then just hand wrote everything and then it just worked. So I'm guessing there were some like invisible characters somewhere that made it in. It's really hard to tell from because I pretty much rewrote things, but I also made like a few like tiny changes. So it's really hard looking at the Git history to like tell if there were invisible characters or not. I'm gonna have to assume there were invisible characters or something, and they were just making it not compile because they're characters. Like, what the hell is this? So it just seems weird though that it works on my computer, but then it doesn't when I actually go to build and deploy. So that's where I was like, well, it couldn't have been invisible characters, but maybe it is invisible characters. So they like just I'm gonna have to guess they're using Linux for their build system stuff. So maybe that like stuff handles the whatever invisible characters were differently or something. I I don't know. I just ended up rewriting it. I also added this. So basically, whenever a post is linked to directly, this basically is like a middleware kind of intercepts it, and we pull in the index HTML and we just replace the meta tags with the post details. So that way, for instance, like on Discord, you may have seen me post things about the post. Here we go. Close all my folders. There we go. You may have seen that I actually, I get the embed working. I guess the Markdown doesn't work. I probably have to convert this to like HTML, and then it might. I don't really know. But the other thing I could do is the embed stuff, although I don't know if I have an example of that working anywhere. I still have the code for it, but like the problem with the embed thing, so let's go to here. So basically you can include your embed, but the problem is you're supposed to add that like full URL part to the end of it yourself, meaning that I'd have to still do this kind of thing anyway. I might go back to doing that though, just because that way I can display a little bit more detail, I think. I think then this also makes it... This is not supposed to be HTML rewrite. I don't know what the fuck this thinks it's doing. Stupid autocomplete. I think this also then allows me to do HTML in there. I don't know if I can do that through the meta. I don't think I can put HTML in that. Or I don't think, like, Discord will render it. So, embed's probably the better way to go for a little bit more, like, customizability. Or I think you do that on top of the meta. I think it works on top of the meta tags. There's also, like, a bunch of other, like, tags, like OG ones and Twitter ones. It's freaking stupid. Whereas, like, embed's kind of a little more universal. But that's one thing to maybe try and do. I don't think I really changed anything. I kind of, like, renamed a few things a little better. And let's see. The posts, I removed the middleware. Because you don't actually need that. I mean, like, basically this is the middleware, and embed's not really middleware either, but, like, this gives me the chance to plop some meta tags in. So, like, right now, like, this is the default meta tags, and I just use a regex. I'm sure there's some security vulnerabilities somewhere in all of this. Manage as well. I'm able to... Let's see. I still could create, modify. I might change that to edit. I did, like, change the order of some of these values, like put the post value in, then put these in, rather than putting these in and then put the post in. Because if the post does, for by chance, contain any of these fields, like it shouldn't, then those will just get overwritten. I suppose there should also just be some, like, manually putting the post fields in. That way, like, it enforces, but it's like, I'm the only one making the posts, so, like, if I have a way to, like, shove extra information in there or some shit, then, like, I guess so be it then, like. I mean, the benefit to this sort of is that even though the type, this has these specific fields, it's not like it's actually checking that those fields actually exist when you put the value in to it. So request JSON post. It's not like it's actually checking that until you actually try to access a value, and then it's like, oh, actually there wasn't a value there, so I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, freaking JavaScript, oh my goodness. But yeah, it's like I'm only if this was something where, like, people could make posts, then yeah, I would definitely be doing a lot more checking and stuff. But it's just me, so, like, if I want to inject my own extra fields into there and shit, then so be it. I would love to do something probably a little better for authentication. But I'm sure this is still good enough. Like, it's also not great because I have to open up the console and, like, store value in local storage, at least the way I set it up on the front end. So it's just, like, kind of annoying. You can still delete, but yeah, it's pretty much just, I guess the other thing I did is made this function generate error response just to make it a little bit cleaner, because it's kind of repeated code. I mean, a lot of this is kind of just repeated, but, like, this just felt like the big piece. It's like, okay, I don't want to have this, like, 5 times. 1, 2. I guess I combine that into 1. So I guess there's 3, 4 of them now instead of 5. But still, like, if I was to add more things or something, then yeah. We take the original post, we overwrite it with the post, blah blah. But like, I don't actually have a way on the front end to actually do either of these things. So that's what I'm gonna do in today's stream. Let me go ahead and pm run dev. Alright, go ahead and do this. Go ahead and give it a good old refresh. Right, there's no backend. So I guess, is it like Wrangler pages dev? There we go. I want to deploy, even though, yeah. And then this should work now. Oh, actually, I really need to set this up so that when I'm in dev mode, that this uses the development URL. So it's a to-do. That way I'll actually... No? Okay, posts. Did something go wrong? Access. Oh, that's what I had the middleware for. But see, like, I don't actually need... I don't have an issue because everything's on the same host. But yeah, I need to add that middleware thing back. That's kind of annoying. But yeah, the middleware thing's only for development. I need to, like, allow cores and stuff. So, getting started with workers, I don't care. So if we go to examples, they have adding cores. I'm not going to copy and paste this. I'm going to let's see. I'm going to just manually type it because otherwise shit's not going to work. So if we add a new TypeScript middleware, export const on request options pages function async function return new response null status 200 headers. I don't know what you're doing. Access control allow origin. I hate cores so much. Access control allow headers. Allow all. Let's see, allow methods. Just allow all of them. Access control max age. 86400. Like, some of these parameters probably don't really matter all that much. And then on request options. Okay, we'll put this back over here. I wonder if that'll work. Okay, no. That did not. So then we need the other piece. Const export const on request pages function async. We do need the context. And const response await context dot next response dot headers dot set access control allow origin, and we'll go ahead and copy that line. Allow access control allow max age, not allow. So we can just copy this, change that to comma, not an M, and return response. So I don't think I actually need this part. This is just for local though, which is kind of yucky, but okay, yeah, that works. Go to make post. Okay, I want to find a different editor. So all of these stupid editors, it's like if I do like bold text, it does that. But it's like, okay, well, I want to change. I want to still see the characters. It's like, now I can't. I can't, like, change it or anything. It seems like all of the editors are like that. It's like, I don't want to have to do this where I display the markdown. But I don't really care for this block stuff either. I just want to see the markdown, but I want it to where while I'm typing it, at the very least, I want to still see the markdown like syntax, but I want it to actually like apply the markdown still. Kind of like Obsidian. Obsidian does this very nicely. If I go ahead and make a new note. So if I was to like, if I do like bold text, I'm pretty sure there's, a setting somewhere. It's at least like when I'm on it, it stays. But I'm pretty sure there's a way to like keep the characters around while you're typing. Source mode. There we go. So like it actually applies the effect, but it's still, I mean, even if I do like a header, it's like you would still see the markdown and stuff, but it actually applies the effect as well. I wonder how, like, block quotes, I guess they just kind of remain. That's fine. I don't care. But then they, yeah. I think this also supports the, like, to do kind of thing. Yeah. I don't really, I don't care, like, that much about that. But, like, this is nice. It's like, it actually applies the effects, but you can still see the markdown syntax as you're typing it. I wonder how links work. If I was to paste like this, yeah, it's like, I guess that works. But like, where can I find a markdown editor thing that's like this? I think I found something, maybe. If I go to, like... seal, something like this, maybe. I really hate these stupid bars, but I'm sure that can be disabled. See examples, basics. ChatGPT says this is what Obsidian uses. I think it's close. If I go to like examples. I think this, like, if I do that, yeah. Or for like, so that's pretty much it. Although I don't know if it does like this, it just underlines them. I'm sure there's like plugins or something for these things though. Configuration, decoration, maybe. Let's see. So we have Code mirror markdown. What's the Obsidian mode called? Like, source mode? We got a little screenshot for the chat GPT to understand. Might as well pull up my screen as well so it's not completely boring. I thought I pulled up my other Chrome window. Here you go. If I could put it in there. Use code mirror 6. Enable markdown syntax highlighting while keeping the raw markdown syntax visible. Apply styles to format markdown elements without removing the syntax. Interesting. Editor ref. Really hate that kind of stuff. Alright, so this would be probably fine. Add obsidian cell checkboxes. Interesting. So you create a ref. You create an editor view. Use an effect. Use it the state. Interesting. Yarn. Okay, so I mean we could try this out. So we'll go ahead and just make a new TypeScript. If I can type correctly, would this call it? Other one. Markdown editor. Cool. Markdown editor. Go ahead and create that. Add to Git. Fine. Paste that in. Hopefully it doesn't have invisible characters. We know that's a thing. Unused import. So yes, we also need to install all of these. Stop. PNPM. It's so hard to type. Go ahead and run dev. This should stop complaining. Come on. Markdown editor, we'll go ahead and do make post. Just shove this right in here. Oh. What are you talking about? Code mirror language. I installed these things. I don't know why you're complaining. Okay, so I didn't end up installing actual code mirror. Why? Okay, now I have to figure out which ones I didn't install. So, we have code mirror, basic setup, lang markdown, state. We need language and highlight. Thank you, ChatGPT, for not being useful. Basic setup in version 6.0. This package has been renamed to just code mirror. Okay. PNPM. And then code mirror, basic setup. I think I just need to import code mirror. Why is this complaining? Thank you. Okay. Now I should be able to run. Run dev. Okay. This doesn't... It's actually pretty decent. I don't really want the line numbers to look like that, but this is much better. Much, much better, though, in my opinion. So... I wonder if this supports the, like, to-do block quotes. Probably not. Really don't need the line highlight. Do the header sizes change? I doubt it. No, it doesn't. Well, maybe. Nah. Strong heading. Font size. Yeah, I guess it... I would have to figure out... Where the hell does T come from? L-A-T. Tags. C. So is there a way that I can define, like, the specific... What is... No, I didn't want to delete the whole line. What values are on here? Tag name. So if I just did, like, H1... T dot... I see. Okay, so we have different heading... So we do, like, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. Then I can change the font size. Do, like, 2.0 rem. 1.8, if I can type right. For example, if I refresh, yeah, let's try that. Test. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. Alright, alright. I could probably make bold text a little more bold. I think it's strong. So I think you can do, like, font size. Can you do font weight bold? Interesting. Syntax highlighting. State parent, view destroy. That is also nice, though. You can close the things. Alright, alright. This feels a lot nicer to edit in, aside from like the colors of things being a little weird. Um, if I had like a screenshot and I wanted to paste that in here, no, I don't have. Wonder if there's an extension for that. It'd be nice, or I could just make something. Basically, though, if I just paste like an image or a video in here, obviously I need it to paste in there, and then I need to, in the background, upload it or prepare to upload it to my backend. Probably, yeah, probably just prepare to upload, and then when I click post, I actually upload it. That way, I'm just not uploading a bunch of files. Then again, it's like not that expensive to store files. So I'm guessing things like checkboxes and lists, kind of, those don't display either, but that's just another thing to add. So how do I get rid of these line numbers, ChatGPT? How do I get rid of those? I guess I actually just probably figured that out. So let's see, we have the state, editor state create. So we're creating the editor view, we're creating the starting state, then we create the editor view. We set the editor view, then we return view destroy. So we console log this editor view thing. We'll just copy that, reload, null. Okay, so we do get something after it creates it. Content observer. We have our plugin map. Style modules. Line selection. I want to get rid of that rule. So you have markdown, basic setup, and syntax highlighting. That's just our thing, yeah. Interesting, okay. Parent, editor, ref, current. View, destroy. Interesting indeed. Okay, so this just gets put into a div. That's fine. I don't want this border, because that doesn't look great. There we go. Ideally, I'd love to just have a button where I can toggle between like actual markdown and then like this, just because like yes, you can still see all the characters but and stuff, and it's all nice, but it's like to actually make sure that the final product of it looks decent. Unfortunate for this This probably also supports like commands and stuff through a plugin. Grab some water. I have a stream open on my other screen. Just lurking. Alright, so I also need to like refine. I need to do a lot of things. The other thing is I need to be able to add a title for my posts. That's just a simple text input. My goodness. Alright, so we got things pretty decently going there. This feels much better. I guess I need to figure out how to actually grab the text editor view. I don't really want to ask ChatGPT because then this just becomes like a complete GPT written thing. But enable auto formatting. Let's see. Okay, that's good to know. They have a commands plugin. Wow, I cannot fucking type today. I like those things, but I'll deal with adding them later. How do I sure it'll understand what I mean? 'Cause I am lazy. A get text button. Okay, so probably have to do something. Editor view state doc to string. Okay, this is very, very manual. Get text. All right. Get editor text. So I'll probably just make a function you can pass into the editor. It's just like on update. Actually, is there any sort of on update event? All right, yeah, that's probably a little better. Like, I can keep the value myself somewhere else. I just want to be able to steal the content when it's updated. So update listener. Okay. So you just make a function. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Or an extension. Editor view update listener. Oh, they actually have like a plugin thing for update. Okay, I see. So I'll just probably use something like this, and then I can just pass a function into Markdown editor or something. so I can just update. Ugh, I hate state management in React. So I just need. I don't care about keeping track of editor content in here. Unless I have to. I can keep track of that outside the element. I can just pass in a setter. And then anytime it updates, I'll just set wherever that stays given to me. Just like an on change. Let's see, new text, update view, state doc to string, updated content. Okay, so seems good enough. Syntax highlighting, basic setup. Okay. So I just need this. Go ahead and copy that, and then we just shove it in there. Cool. And I can do the rest of what I need to do. So update listener. Update listener. There we go. Set editor content. I need to on update, and we just is a function. Forgot how to do a function type. And I'll just say any. I don't care for now. Props. I think it's something like on update, take a string. What are you doing? Hello, please stop. Ah, fucking TypeScript. Callback. Something void. Okay. So I had it. This is just being annoying as hell. I don't know what the fuck this thinks it's doing, but this is fucking stupid. I don't understand React anymore. Props. Okay, but I'd like to type it. Okay, so there's just the props. Some function void. What do you want me to... Do I need to type it like... Okay, probably need to... interface... Markdown, editor, props. I don't want the state, just value, string, void. Okay. There we go. Ugh, TypeScript's so confusing. I'm not used to using this const function syntax either, so... I need a new chair so badly. Okay. Editor view, don't use that. Okay, whatever. So get out here. If I go back to this, this should make post, and then we already have set markdown. So we just pass that in on update set markdown. And that should just... There we go. Perfect. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Alright, that's pretty good. I'm gonna get back and I'll find a snack, because it is a little past lunchtime. I don't need a console log this every time. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Basecamp doing weird things there. I got these Cheez-Its, but they're like... Oh, yeah, filter those out for me, thank you. They're like extra big or something. They're kind of interesting. They're just extra big. I really need to use my steering wheel and stuff for my car sim games. I should make a car sim game. That would be fun. That's that's what I should do. That's what I should do for my vibe coding project. I want to try this stupid. I won't say it's stupid, but I want to try this vibe coding thing that everyone's doing. Um, Not that I don't really. In the past, I've tried to like use AI to like do a project for me. Just like why not? Just see what it's capable of, and like it just doesn't work very well, especially when you're like going back and forth between like the chat GBT and the thing. But now there's like Cursor, which is all just built in now. Um, I did try out Cursor yesterday, but like I didn't really have like a project in mind, so I didn't really know what direction I was trying to go in anyway. So like things just weren't going well. But like if I actually have like a project in mind and like something kind of planned out or like ideas at least, I'm sure like things will probably be a little bit easier. Even if, especially if I also have like some of the code already started out or something. But like now the AI is definitely gotten better since I've tried doing stuff like that, and it's integrated into an IDE. I'm sure maybe it's a little better. I still do kind of use like AI to like generate code sometimes, as you've probably seen me just do, but like I just don't want my whole project written by AI. I keep seeing like memes and stuff too, where people are like, my project's a whole virus now. Whoa. It's just like, yeah, I want to, even if the AI writes all the code, I want to know what all the code is doing before I run it or like publish it anywhere. So like, yeah. So like using AI to like generate little portions of code is a lot better in my opinion than like generating your whole project or like a majority of it, especially if you don't look over the code and like read it and make sure what it's doing. Twitch, can you stop doing that? Keeps a anyway, I'm trying to think. But I need to come up with a project. I have a few projects that I want to do, but I feel like there's things that I would not want to try using AI for, or like vibe coding, I should say. Like I'll probably use AI for things or like helping me out, helping me find stuff because these are like massive project ideas. But like I probably wouldn't vibe code those projects, especially because it would probably like demotivate me from actually wanting to complete those projects because they're just massive. They're just ideas. Like one thing I want to do is make an operating system from scratch. Like not I'm not trying to make the next Linux or something, but like I do want to understand how operating systems work from the ground up, and like I don't need to make something super fancy and elaborate, but like something that kind of does something. Like if I can like I don't know, like have my own very super janky IDE on a desktop and I can write and compile and run C++ code or something. That's probably as far as I need to get to be satisfied with such a project, or like, oh, I actually have a desktop. I am able to run applications on it. I'm able to make applications on it. Like, that's it doesn't have to be anything good or elaborate or like, look good or use anything fancy. It just needs to be a thing that I've done. But like, I don't know if I'd vibe code that. I feel like I would just not want to continue the project. Yeah. And like, there's one of those things, like, once you get like halfway through it and it's just a complete disastrous mess, you're not gonna want to start over, even if you kind of know what you're doing. So it's like, I'm not gonna come back to it if it's a huge mess. It's like, I need a specific project for vibe coding and something that's a little less uncommonly done. Because, like, operating systems, people don't, programmers generally don't make operating systems from scratch, or even really mess with operating systems in general, or like even like just using a Linux kernel and building something on top of that. Like, generally not a thing. Usually you fork an existing Linux distro and just change out the UI thing from like KD to Wayland or some. I don't understand that stuff, but like, that's the most that people really do that much, or like ripping out the Snap store from Ubuntu. Ugh, fucking Snap. Anyway, just like things like that. It's just like, well, you're not making a kernel. But like, if I was to like make a game or something, I feel like it would do a lot better with that, because it's just a more common thing. And that's something I could do. I could make like some sort of car game or something. That would be kind of cool. Actually, like, develop a game that I can use my steering wheel and pedals with instead of playing My Summer Car. I feel like I haven't really found any other car games or driving games that like are the kind of game I would play. A lot of the games are like racing games. I'm not really into the racing stuff. Not that I don't own a few racing games now, and have kind of played around in them, but like, I'm not I'm not into like competitive racing video game stuff. It's just like, oh yeah, I can plop down in a fancy fast car in single player on a racetrack and freaking make a mess everywhere and whatever. Like, that's fun, but like, I want like a gameplay with a story, lore, an end goal, or sort of an end goal. Like, My Summer Car fits that. You can get out of the car and walk around too. You build the car, and it's just like something like that. Or even like I haven't played what's that game? Can't think. I don't remember, but it doesn't support like the steering wheel and stuff, which it's fine, because it just doesn't really fit that kind of game anyway. But I also am waiting on My Winter Car. Someday it'll come out. Someday. All right, so this is looking better. We can probably get rid of that. Yikes. Alright, the thing that's bothering me is the line selection and the line numbers. I go back to this, examples, configuration. I don't mind the line numbers, but I just don't want it to be white. Let's see, what do we got here? So we have our grid. Okay. Interesting. So this injects all of its styles right there. Okay. So this is my actual div. Okay, so we have the scroller. Or the gutters. Okay. Line numbers and the folding. I guess that would just be part of, like, theming. So, styling. Editor view theme. Dark true. Highlight style. I see. So there's a way to set dark mode with it. Overflowed scrolling base themes. Turns an extension that installs the theme. Secondly, because there are two ways. Is there a better way to enable dark mode on it without having to create a theme? I guess if we just do that and keep clicking on the wrong places. Create a theme. Let's just const my theme. We should be able to shove that in there. Okay, that's a lot better, although, you know, don't like those colors. So the gutters, focused, selection. Is that how I get rid of a selection? No. Okay, so that's just... the cursor color, I guess. So I don't want an actual theme. I'm just fine with the default. That's better. Let's see. The theme. Like this. Active line. CM active line. So we do CM active line. Totally did that wrong. Oh, .cm. .cm active line, and then background color, we don't have to put that in quotes. There we go. Much better. Should just be able to say none. No. Fuck you. CSS color none. Probably want transparent as none is not a valid color. I see. Okay, transparent. There we go. I don't care that it's there. I just, you know, don't. I just don't want to see it. That's better. That's a lot better. Highlight color is a little weird, but that's fine. Okay, that's a lot more manageable. I like the line numbers. So why not? So if I actually update this, how does like I wish it would autocomplete that. Okay, so syntax highlighting is not working. No, I didn't want to actually do that. Obviously works here because I have that set up. I think they had a way to do. I hate that I have these all in like different default code language. So if I go back to try. Block highlighting. There we go. So language data, languages, code languages. Go ahead and move this to another tab so we can see what I'm doing, or another window. Why is this light mode? So markdown code languages. Is there any code mirror language data? PM add at code mirror / lang data. It's language. It's not consistent. They have lang markdown and then language data. Dumb. Okay, so then we'll just language data. We'll go ahead and run dev. And then we need languages. And then basically take the markdown here and do code languages. And then that should just work. It crashed. No, it didn't. Okay. So wish it would auto-complete that. I'm sure that's actually a plugin. I think everything's actually just a plugin. Oh, you can get autocomplete in here? Come on. Okay, so it's still not getting syntax highlighting in here. We do get, like, kind of syntax help. It doesn't tabbed autocomplete. I'm pretty sure this whole thing is actually designed for, like, programming, or, like, using it as a, like, code editor, I should say. Alright, so still not getting... That's pretty fancy. Still not getting actual syntax highlighting. I wonder if this is messing with it. Get out of here. Just testing. I should copy this so that I don't have to rewrite all that. Okay, yeah. That is interfering with it. The colors are bad. Trying to think. I also need to like style this stuff, but that's fine. Not the best syntax highlighting either, in my opinion. But aside from that, I think there's some documentation on that. Okay, so syntax highlighting is messing with the Markdown plugin. Wonder if you switch the order of those. Okay, no. Order does not matter, and I didn't think it would. Syntax highlighting options. Wrap a highlighter in an editor extension. Use it to apply syntax highlighting. So wonder if... I wonder if there's any way to use the syntax highlighting library to do that instead. Oh, I hate these libraries things. I hate using libraries for things sometimes, but like I definitely do not want to write a markdown parser myself. Because that'll just be I didn't mean to do that to my desk. That'll just be regex hell. I can tell you that. Should probably look at what the actual like standard is for these headings. Okay, so strong infinite emphasis. Can you just apply any like CSS to this, I'm guessing? Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. This is basically just the tag and then like the CSS apply. So we do tag, get out of here, T dot, what do they call the code block ones? They're usually like modifier, heading, angle, annotation, block comment. Oops. Ask the GPT time, basically. I guess I should give it what I have so far. But in order to not confuse it, we'll remove this. Oh, we should get rid of that too. Okay, so here is what I have so far. How can I add syntax highlighting to code blocks in the editor? Let's see, what did you do here? Okay, so you made that larger, thank you. Markdown code languages. Okay, so I can just give it the code languages. So I don't need to manually import each language. We can undo all of my madness here. So the Markdown plugin supports this languages. Should probably give it the import as well. Yeah. Language data. Wrong page. The problem is that the syntax highlighting plugin is causing the syntax highlighting to not work. Well, why wouldn't you? I hate ChatGPT for this. It's like, oh, well, you're right, actually. And I, could have just told you that before rather than giving you something that doesn't actually work. It actually probably didn't know that, so just making shit up. Interesting. If I don't want to remove it, solution to remove it. Instead of applying a custom highlight style, you should rely on the syntax highlighting provided by the Markdown extension. Right. But then... Okay, so this doesn't know then, basically. This is literally what I have. Yeah. This is going back on what it said to me. ChatGPT, come on. Styles markdown but not code blocks. Markdown highlight style. Highlight style define. I see, I see. Basically, both of these are highlight styles. So actually, this isn't doing anything, is it? So if I just comment that one out. Need my markdown. Okay, so that is doing something. No, wrong button. Refresh. Okay, that is doing something. We're just not getting syntax highlighting for code blocks. Options fallback, maybe. True. Let's try that. Okay, no. Wrap a highlighter in an editor extension. It uses it to apply syntax highlighting to the editor content. When multiple non-fallback styles are provided, the styling applied to... Okay, so no. Let's see. We have key map extensions. I wonder if I do extensions. Oh, wrong. And provide this as an extension to that. Let's make the formatting of all this a little bit nicer. Markdown extension. Okay, so not quite. So I can't get language support, code languages, default code language. Which takes effect if no other highlighters are registered. Is there a way to... Hmm. Let's look at this. So we go to here. Are you able to add arrays together? No. Can. What if I just push this? Highlight style. Create a highlighter. Huh. Trying to think. So the problem is that language support is what's returned. I see. So you changed nothing. all it did was remove the list value. I doubt that actually makes any difference. Need to find this one. Yeah, it doesn't. That doesn't do anything. Is there another way to apply custom markdown styles? So I just add these to there. Interesting. Oh, this is an additional, like, markdown theme, okay. Huh. But then I don't need to use my markdown theme. We'll go ahead and shove that in there, give it a good old try. Okay, so now we do apply the effect, sort of. Oh, did ChatGPT remove all of the, like, no, okay. So it doesn't do any of the font size changes now. I don't know why it changes the color of each. Keep that consistent. Font weight bold. It probably doesn't actually label these that CM line. It doesn't. But like these. Yeah, it's not actually doing anything. Actually, the Markdown plugin thing, this, what is this? Markdown, code mirroring, Markdown. Let's go back to here. Defaults, add key map extension, base, By default, the extension installs an auto-completion source that completes HTML tags when typed. Markdown language. Okay, so this doesn't have anything. Language description. Markdown parser extensions. Reconfigure is not what I'm looking for. Okay, so it's not actually. So the thing is, this uses the other thing internally. So how is this using it internally, I guess, is the question. Because then I could just build my own wrapper around that then. Source. Okay, this is not that big. Markdown. See, yeah, we use this as our thing. So I just need to plug in the additional markdown language. Parser, base parser, markdown parser, GFM subscript. This is such like a simple thing. I could probably create like my own fork of it or something. Because okay, so this markdown thing that I'm using here uses this. So this oh, this is so confusing. This highlight thing will take the language. I just need to then, and this uses this internally, or like, I don't want tests. Stop eating my cursor. Source, markdown. So it uses its markdown thing directly. It also uses common. So I wonder if there's a way that on top, I guess it would then be modifying the markdown one. Because I'm specifying my own language basically with this. My goodness. Hmm. Ugh. Stuff like this is so annoying. It's just like, it doesn't actually put these on there. I don't know what GPT thinks. Unless I missed some other, like, config that tells it to do that. It's just this weird, like, thing for the styles. So I'd need to, like, know. Like, E8 is italicized. It's not even E, it's some weird character. There we go. Okay. But is italicized text always that? Yes, I suppose so. So header... And then active line... Header's always the 7. So there's no way of then indicating what header type it is. Just from that. For example. So I would need to write... Get out of here. Markdown syntax. If I remove this, then we don't get any of the styling at all. Is anything interesting going on here? No. So that doesn't actually do anything? Well, why hello there, Am Goblin. Boo, what are we doing? I am trying to make a markdown editor for my blog posts on my website, so. But I'm struggling because these plugins like interfere with each other. So like, okay, everything looks the way I want. Even if I add like a smaller heading and then I can do even smaller. Like I wanted something that's like how Obsidian does things, where you still have the like markdown syntax, but it also like markdown styles it. And I have all of that working, but then I like run into problems where like if I do like syntax highlighting, it doesn't work. But stop that. It doesn't work when this is on. So if I copy that and then refresh. But then the problem is I don't get my cool styling. So my cool styling is messing with actual code syntax highlighting. But honestly, I'm not going to be writing code in here. I keep pressing the wrong key. So like cool styling over some syntax highlighting not working is just not really worth it right now. It's not like anyone sees any of this stuff anyway, because this is for me to make posts. So it's like I'm probably going to be copying and pasting code into here. So like I don't really need the syntax highlighting that much. And I can just make like a toggle or something, because I don't want this to always be displayed. I just want this to be like a little more in line with whatever. The whole reason I have the actual like styling working in line. So I need to. The other problem is then I have to deal with this also. um, the render that I'm using like is, oh my goodness, I just don't get it. Like I have to put all these plugins in to make anything work, and like I get it, but at the same time it's just like, just render all supported markdown. Can't offer any solutions, but I'm sure you'll figure something out. Yeah, but again, like, it's not a huge deal, so really all that matters is that the rendered output is good in the end. So because like that's the thing people see. This is not a good example. If I go to post.inspir.pages.dev, can actually demo my posts a little bit more live, but it's like this is a little more like how things are. I do need to actually add the title thing instead of having the title be manually typed in my markdown. And then also I want to like page center it, and the text size probably needs to be changed, but also my screen is like really small, or like really large in high resolutions. Like everything is so small, I gotta like scale it up. I also really need to add more of my projects. My website in itself is a project. Okay, so let's go back to my actual website. So yeah, I'm just trying to. I also need a easier way to get to here. Make post. I need to get rid of this one. I think aside from code blocks not really working, I just don't know. Oh. A bunch of Discord notifications. Hold on a moment. All right. So I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. I need to get water and whatnot. So I'll be right back in a few minutes. And yeah, I wish I had a better be right back screen. All right, I am back. Yay, hydration. Yeah. Well, I had to use the bathroom and stuff. I do need more water though. So it's more like I was going and dehydrating. I wish I would still get Discord notification sounds when stupid streamer mode's on. But like... doesn't give me the notification? I don't know what the heck Discord's doing. It's kind of annoying. Like, I don't want the notification to still pop up, but like, I still want the sound so I know when people message me and stuff. And I don't get the notifications on my phone because I can't use my phone. I'm using it as a base cam. Alright, so what happens if I just paste a normal link? It'll auto link. That's kind of cool. You can do all this nice stuff, but it just can't do the simple thing I needed to do with code blocks. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I need to be able to add a title to my post. Everything's very crammed, so let's actually work on styling things rather than like messing around. I hate node modules so much. Get out of here. Okay, so we'll deal with whatever issues and crap that I don't like about that later. On update, I wish this would also call on update on this. Oh, I guess actually I don't want it to start with anything. We don't need that. So if I reload this, there we go. And then, so the thing is, I need to actually style my rendering. So if I go to like an actual, let's make like an actual like post. I'm trying to think, what would I actually write in a post? Like say I update the following sand my simulation or something. I should really add a title thing. Page not found. What are you talking about? Get started. Components. See here. We just need an input text field. Probably just a simple. Which type do I want? Maybe just a standard. Let's do a standard. So there's all kinds of things. So we go to posts. Make posts, sorry. Button, grid, containers. We probably want another grid. So we can... Man, people are honking their horns like crazy. Go back to here, reload. Okay, standard. We should probably add style. So margin top. Just give us a little more room from the top. Okay, then we want maybe another grid. Things get a little weird when you like nest grids and stuff. Also, like, things just get very like nested. Let's put this here. Yes, fine. Let's add some padding as well. Padding. We don't need anything crazy. Maybe just one rim. I don't actually know what rims are, but cannot type. Okay. We need to change the title of that. I want to change the length of it. I want it to like automatically. Post title ID standard basic. Just say. I don't really care about IDing them. I do need to add a state for the title. Set title. Initial string, that's fine. Then we will go ahead and say the on change. Do I have to use the event? I don't want to. Okay, event. Ugh. Okay, we'll just make this multi-line. Thanks. Then we'll set title to event target value. So we'll reload, test, nothing crashes. Cool. And then when we do the post button, create post, we can just pass it the title. So now we actually have a way to title the posts. Isn't that great? Find a better way to do the summary, to do related project. We'll have to add that. I don't know how exactly I want to handle that. It was just like a placeholder. So for now, we'll... So if I do test post title, let's for test post, we'll actually make like a post. Might as well. So like I don't know, what was the last thing I did with the falling sand simulation? Sand simulation, like, updates? Who knows? I could just say, like, I added some stuff. Make a list. It's weird. It's a weird way of doing headers. Interesting. More particle types, for instance. More performance improvements. I'm sure I did plenty more of that. Deciding to do not have like spell check in here, annoyingly ish. Let's think. Deciding to use more of a physics. There are gonna be so many spelling errors in my post. More of a physics-based simulation, particle movement simulation, some code example, and do something like C++. There we go. I need to use different like highlighting style than the one I've chosen. Okay, that's nice. It auto indents. I mean, this is made to be like a code editor. So yeah. Okay. Test does nothing. Okay, so I can't shift tab. That is annoying, but I'm sure I could probably allow that. Something like that. What else would you demo? Like posting a link? I would like to be able to, so with posts, they have one of those long UUIDs. I'd like to be able to like customize the post name or the post ID name, but I still need to tie them to UUID, I feel like, internally at least. But it's not, because it can just be its unique ID. I don't know. The thing is too is then the post unique ID shouldn't be the same as any other post, and I'm not good at naming things, so. And the other problem is once it's ID'd with a name like that, it's kind of annoying if I change the name, because anywhere I posted a link. But it also makes a link look better when I post it in places rather than having this. Even if it was a shorter like unique ID, like YouTube's unique IDs. I could probably generate shorter unique IDs too. It would be a little better, but it would also, I feel like it just looks a little better to actually have like a custom ID anyway. But yeah, say that's my post, so we'll go ahead and post that. We got an error. 401 unauthorized. Right. That is right. I need to be lazy as hell and just comment out the authentication idea. There we go. Now we actually made a post. So if I go here, or if I go to here, sand simulation updates. Before I forget, I should undo that so that I don't actually commit that, because that would be very bad. I need to have a better dev mode setup. So if I actually view this, sand simulation updates, yes, very good. That looks a lot better than just having like the dumb stuff. That's a lot better. So then I want to style this. I want to have this a little more. I guess the thing is this needs to have more padding. It's not that I need to like center anything. So if I go to the post view, I need to figure out, do I want the title to be centered or do I not care? I guess it'd be nice if it was centered. So there's different elements fonts and stuff need to be... So like the actual like content, I want more padding. Probably like a large amount of padding even. Yeah, more padding. I don't know how well that scales with like, yeah, that doesn't look great. Once like the screen size starts getting small, like you still have all that padding. So I shouldn't use rim. I think there's a better way. Probably something like view width. That way it's still dynamic. Yeah, that's a little better. Although I should probably have like different things. So like if you're on a screen like this small, probably want to have considerably less. Whereas if you're on like a larger screen, like I still want this to be a little bit smaller. It's like mobile, like the phone's gonna look like that, and it's just too squished. Here, there's also like text size related things. I hate developing for screen size. I also need to actually add support for things. I guess I want the padding on the edges and not the sides. So I think if I do auto... Okay, this top and bottom. That's what I thought. I thought you could do auto. Because I don't want this to be like... Yeah, that's a little better. So like, I want this to be... Really want this to be more of like a fixed width and not really like... Yeah, I want it to be... But then I also want it to be center. Which is basically just sitting. I hate styling stuff. Well, we'll leave it alone for now. This is fine. Like, I'm not gonna be writing that much stuff either. This code block is massive, though. But then the other thing is I can link to, yeah, this is the ID thing I'm talking about. It's just like this long. If I went to here, yeah, I just get a 404 page. That's not what I want. Reload. So if I go to posts, posts are ordered in the wrong direction. I don't think this actually gets the like most recent ones either when I do the list. I don't think with when I do this, I think list does it like alphabetically by the key. So this wouldn't actually be the last 10 most recent. So I guess there isn't really a nice way to do that. I would just have to store separately. Oh, these are the problems with using like a key value database. I guess I could just switch to using like an actual like SQL or SQLite database, because that is offered through. I might also switch from functions to just use a normal worker. Just use normal workers. I just don't know how to deal with like deploying those automatically. Alright, so we're on pages there, we're all on pages here. So if I just leave for, I guess we're already here, bindings. We also have durable objects, I think it is the database. Or is it something? I think it's D1. Durable objects is like files. Yeah. This allows me to like actually select things. Let's see, D1. Serverless SQL database. SQLite. SQL with SQLite's SQL compatibility. What's the pricing? Workers free 5 million rows a day. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit that for a long time, probably. Rows written, definitely not gonna hit that. Storage gigabytes stored, 5 gigabytes total. Probably won't hit that either. 5 gigabytes of text is a lot. But if I made like my Pops idea, the Pops posting. Twitch, are you okay? Okay, so yeah, if I made like the Pops thing and it actually was used, then this could be maybe easily hit. $1 per million rows. get started. I probably want to just use this because the thing is, then I can actually query it and like sort and query and do complicated database things that are really easy through like SQL. No, I didn't want to open Apple Music. I keep clicking the wrong things. This is like bothering me. Okay. So, do I do that now or do I continue styling? I really hate styling stuff. This looks bad. It's not actually the last 10 posts. This doesn't look too bad. I feel like this needs to be more of an article for this to really like be a useful view. Like why isn't it just done in here? I need to figure out how to make these look better. I also need a way to like manage posts, like be able to edit them or delete them or do whatever I need to do with them. I guess I could switch to that. It's not like it's that hard to do, I don't think. I just need to create an actual like database and then like migrate all the code to use it. I guess the thing is I should decide what I want, what kind of database I want to use before I push to production, or at least make any posts, because migrating them will be kind of a pain. So I hate styling web pages. I really hate it. Like these don't look good, but also like they're just crushed in the page. They're not like a fixed size or anything. But like I feel like if they're a fixed size and the page is so empty and there's just no like, I don't know what to fill it with kind of thing. But like they don't need to be this long because it's just not, then they're just not filling anything either. So if I go to posts, I'm just returning, oh no, I have a box. So if I style this, let's just do a little bit of padding. Things might look a little better. Yeah, it looks a little better. We'll just do a margin top. So we want this to be a little bit higher from the top. Then we will put the posts in a box. I don't know why I can't. I'm struggling for some reason. Padding 0.1 rim. Fine. Okay. It looks a little better that things aren't crushed. Let's add a bit of padding as well of our own. Then that way, this should probably just be like centered, I guess. So like if this text is centered, I think it might look a little better. Or even if it's like up here. But I want to use this for other things. I don't like the look of this either. last 10 most recent posts. I guess I don't really need to say. It could just be like recent posts. That's a little better. I guess the thing that would help with the emptiness of these, making the title the link that you like click instead of like view post, maybe. Or like you can even just click the card itself, but also having this as a link. The spacing between these is also awful. I could fix that easily with other things. This being centered, or even having like the page title in the center up here. Cause like, what else am I gonna have up here, I guess? I guess I could try that, putting it in the page title in the center here. It might be a little more difficult to do, but then there's also centering this. What does this come out to be? It's actually an H4. Okay. So let's see here. Is how to center the text in a header HTML. Text align center. So if I select this, and I type correctly, okay, that already looks a lot better in my opinion. So if I just style this and text align center, then it'll already be like that. Yes, perfect, perfect. That looks a lot better. There does need to be more spacing between these though, so like margin top, one rim. I really need to like relearn CSS style units. They've added a whole bunch too. Let's do like 4 rim. Yeah, that's a little better. Maybe ideally this does go up here, but I'm not sure if I want to do that yet. Okay, so posts, I could probably put these in a stack. And probably also style the card a little better. I don't know if I really want a card. Is that the right thing? I guess I'm thinking more of like a thing with the rounded edges and fixed length of some sort. And like it just displays information that's needed. Trying to think, like, what's a good... Let's just go to images. Let's see, what do people got here? Ugh, we're gonna get all kinds of like cringe weird stuff. Blog posts, like, list. Could have something like this, kind of what I'm thinking. the images really help to fill the space on things like these. I don't want like some weird, like having a weird side thing, I guess. But it just doesn't make sense. Like these are also recent, so why would you have another recent thing? Yeah, images really help to fill. But like I want to put the, like the date in there. I want to have like the related project. Definitely want a vertical list. Compact blog list. I don't want a compact. I want more information than that. But I do like, this kind of idea, like the card idea. The rounded corners, you get the like image and title. You don't need author because they're all by me. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. But yeah, as I was saying, like, yeah, maybe something a little more like this. Ooh, maybe? I don't know. I feel like that would probably help with empty space, something a little more. Something a little more like they're all like kind of grouped together a little bit more like this. I really also need to like maybe figure out an image for each post or something. I should have like, it would be nice on like the post view if I could have like a header image of some sort. I gotta, that would come once I make it possible to actually upload images. That's a whole thing. My microphone mount squeaking. Okay, so I guess something like this. Can I make this bigger? I don't want to go to the website. I just want the image. Probably something like that. that might work a little better. This is kind of what I was thinking, though. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like now you have to deal with the empty space, whereas before, like, you the empty space is dealt with for you for free. But like, how do I actually also make that look good? But yeah, that's kind of what I want. So go back to posts. Like, these just don't look that great. I'm using the cards. Yeah. Could probably do something a little more like this. If I upload an image onto it, or like have the ability to upload an image of some sort, you can also make it so you can click it. That's a little more like what I want. But yeah, the ability to like know that it's clickable. Something like this, I think. Although maybe the image on the side instead. So something like this, more like. Something like this. And a combination of this, I think, would work. So you can set card action area as just like the whole thing. Okay, so that's a thing. Card media. So how would you do the side media? Just card content, card media. Okay, so you just put, it was just some like styling magic. I see. So I'd probably do something like this. We'll just copy and paste that. The way these stack, I'm gonna have to like style or how they like automatically separate and their like length and stuff. I call this post summary. I'm just going to make a new post summary card, and then if I can type right, return this huge thing that I copy and pasted. Summary card, then you also need the props. Right. What is props supposed to have? Just post. Okay. Post. And then to type this, we say post is a post. Best viewers. The laggy streamer. No, thank you. I do not need free viewers. Or not free viewers, they're not free, but okay. What are you complaining about? Oh, because I never used the value. Fine. I know I don't use the value. Leave me alone. Okay, so now I need to import all of these things. Card media for sure. Let's see. I don't care about the icon media post summary cards. So we'll go ahead and shove that in. Post summary card, icon buttons. This is all the buttons. Let's put the media first. That goes there. So if we go back to here, reload, we get console error. Oh, because, yeah. Just because I have these and I don't necessarily care. Okay, so we have image. That's a little better. These do need some spacing, perhaps. The other thing is hard action area. Yes, there we go. Go ahead and chop that off, and that goes around our box. Tab. There we go. Keep the spacing. Okay, that's a little better. We're getting there. So we're having issues. Card action areas messing things up. I wonder if I do that. Okay. No, card action area does some weird things. So instead of wrapping it around that, let's wrap it around the card content. So you can't click the image. That was kind of annoying, but yeah. Why does card action area have weird styling? So we have a card display flex. Do we have, how do I import actual like medias? If I do assets, profile, let's say like Inspire avatar. So if I just, let's see, copy path, file name. To assets, assets profile. Inspire avatar. Okay, then we actually have something to look at. So that's annoying. I believe these should be square. I don't know if I want post to be that small, but let's see. So card action area is still messing with these things. So I'd have to put it in here with the card content. I guess like I'm not gonna have all those buttons. Okay, so it's not messing with it, but let's see. We're putting a box in here. Display flex direction column. Okay, well, I'm not going to have any of that, so then I don't really care that these exist. We can put that around the card content. Okay, that's a lot better. you can't click the image, which I find a bit irritating, in my opinion. Let's see. We want to limit the height at least. Just say like 256 for example. Okay, that's way too large. Hmm. Okay, how do you tell the image to like scale to fit? Because, like, I want to set the height, but I want the image to, like... So let's say 256, not 256 pixels. That seems a little more reasonable. So how do you have, like, image scale or something? Image rendering. CSS image scale to fit. Resize image proportionally. There's a lot of weird answers. Object fit. This will fit the image without changing anything. Contain. Probably not what I'm looking for. No. So now the image is still technically this long, but like it... Yeah. Unless I say width auto, perhaps? There we go. But then I don't need that. Okay. I want to limit the height. So you just need width auto. And then tell it the height you want. And it'll automatically do that. Okay. And then we want 256. I feel like that's a decent size. Maybe a little less. So maybe like 200. I hate. Why can't it be even? Maybe like 230. I guess this could also like. I also need to add spacing between these cards. I'll just hack something together really quick. Margin top. We'll say... We'll do bottom, so that way we don't mess with the other margin stuff that I have. We'll just say 3 rims. Okay. It's a little better. I can figure out the styling of that later. So, still can't click the image. Card action area. So I wonder if... yeah, I see. Okay. What? Card action area. Oh, these need to be... This needs to be indented. That's why. I thought it had a close tag. My goodness. Okay. I wonder if you were to say like 1/5 the view height. So if I do like some math, 1/5, 0.2 view height. Okay, that's not what I want. The other problem is this. So I guess actually what I want is like a box with this styling. First, let's put this back. Make sure, okay, yes. So that is selectable, but now we lose our styling. So we really want to put a box inside of here with this, and then take these, put that around cart content and tab. Okay. Yikes. Yikes. Card action area must be doing something weird. Oh, because I have the margin bottom on here. Okay, so I don't want the margin on it. That's why it's weird. So we still want this. We just want the margin bottom. Okay, that's more like it. That's a little more like it. So we have a card media, then we actually have our card content, where we can put our information, or we can do what we need to do. So I guess we want the title, the date. We'll probably just replace these. So post.title. Post.date. Post date. To date string. If it's, I don't even think it is a date in the first place. We say it is, but it's actually not. I need to also figure out how to deal with, there we go. I guess I need like a default image in case I don't provide a title. Then we want card. We probably want like a... I want it to be a fixed width, but also to adjust. So really I want max width of some sort. That's way too short. I bet we could say some like percentage. Not 10%, but let's say like 60% for now, if I can find the percent symbol. Okay, so that's probably a decent... I need these to be centered. We'll figure out in a second. The problem is that these also change with this, like that. So want... I don't actually want percent. It's not correct.
Your old bouquet.
Okay.
It's ready.
Um, how would you do this correctly? Like, I want them to be a set size. But then if they start getting squished, I guess they also need to, like, the image probably also should, scale a bit. It's like if I was on a phone, like, this is way too big. We could probably do something like, I guess that's where having the image size a certain size. We want this to be based on the width. Now these will scale with the page. So that's first thing. I do want the height to still fit. I guess the other part is the text size needs to also kind of scale.
You also have so much file for it.
Mm-hmm. Although I guess on like smaller screens, probably just have a different like card layout anyway. Probably like image on top and then the rest on the bottom. I guess the other thing is I need to display the other details. What are the other details I have? So I need to display the summary. Post summary. See, like, the summary is so short, though. I need to actually make it so I have some sort of, like, actual summary rather than... Most of the post contents usually would probably fit in here anyway. I guess it's unstyled, but yeah. But, like, it's just so little information. These need to be... width limited. This is where like screen size things come about. It's like if the screen size is something else, then I just need to use a different component. It's a little better. We want the markdown render probably. It'd be nice if the post summary. I can't believe I haven't actually made this the summary yet. But it's a little better. And then card action area on click. So view post, we make a button. I see. Interesting. Router link. Is there a way to do this without doing the component thing? Like, is there a function instead? Do I need to actually make this into like I don't know why that did double click. So dumb. Yeah, I can't do that. Go do this. React. Router. Rather than like a button. I know how to set up the router. Navigate. Use navigate. Get out of here. So instead of this, we'll do use navigate. And then const router navigate. On click, not on double click. Navigate here. Why did this mess up all my stuff? What the hell? Okay, we can get rid of this. I don't need that anymore. Reload. That should take me to the post. Yep. Cool. I guess the other thing is like the related project. I probably use perhaps? Probably not a clickable one. Import post dot related project. Okay. I need the thinner ones. Size. Yeah, that looks a little better. The spacing's not great. But it's a start. Really need the image. The image height to fit. I really hate styling things. Hmm. I need these to be sized nicely. Stupid, solvable by putting the image on the top, probably. But I still want these to be more of a fixed size. Maybe I have... If it does have an image, I could, like... add it. It's gonna look... needs to, like... contain itself in an area. Like, if I wanted to have an image, it would have to go there. More like in a little area rather than being like the whole thing, probably. Maybe on this side. Hmm. I need like an actual like image. If I take like this image, it's probably a little more like an image I would actually put in there. It's probably not a card media. I'd probably just put like an actual like image component. And there's no reason to have this box. I'd probably just put an image in. Thanks. Just being annoying. Okay. Source. Ah, fucking. Do they not have like an actual component for images? Okay. So let's see, assets, projects. Okay. So then this is where I probably have a box for flex things. Never understand how to use flex. Display flex. Okay. Go back to this. Figure out how the hell flex things work. Display flex, flex direction. So we want to display flex direction. But I want this to be contained. Justify content. Then make this like, no, just make it really small for now. $100. TX. Okay. So I want this to be centered. I want the size of it to fit within this. Align items. So it's vertical align. Hmm. Freaking. Let's undo all this. Thankfully, my undo history goes that far, so projects. So that just looks bad. I guess in this case then we probably just need to limit the summary. The summary should actually be something I write, and it just should be... Well, I mean... maybe it doesn't matter too much the post height. It's just like the image that needs to be not having this empty weird space. Yeah, it's a lot better. I feel like then there needs to be spacing on the side a little bit, but then it looks weird when there's not. Let's see. If we just say like a margin. Then it always has the same spacing on the edge, and it always has spacing around it. And that looks a little bit better when it has different spacing from the content. That's fine. I guess these need a little bit of an outline or something. Variant outline. Outlines look so bad in my opinion, but like it's really hard to tell. It's still pretty hard to tell. Just because it's like so dark on the dark, although it does kind of separate it a little better. So maybe that's fine. I wish the corners were a little more rounded. Is there... interaction, UI controls. I guess it would be the card. I just style it myself. We can raise it too. Let's try that. Wonder if the variant... That's also a little better. Just gives it a little bit of a shadow. Probably border radius. We could probably like bump that up a bit. Probably not that much. That's really cringe. That's a cringe border radius. That's still probably too much. Okay, that's a little better. It looks so good and futuristic compared to the rest of the website, which looks like shit and not futuristic. I should probably navbar, instead of this being a button, this should be like const navigation. And then we can do like typography, probably not an actual H thing. Alright, we crashed. Use navigation must be used with a data router. Oh, is... Hold on. Let's not do that then. Alright, that's way too massive. What are our variants? I want something... I just want it to be like large text. Let's see here. Components, inputs, data, typography. Actually, let's go to... app bar? Is that what I'm using? Icon, button, typography, they just use like an H component div. Okay. Do something like that. This is making a button, so it becomes underlined, which is weird. And I don't want that. I also don't want color primary. Just get rid of that. I don't want it to be a link. And the reason this was complaining was because navbar is not inside routes. So I can't use navigation. But I also don't want this to be like button. I definitely don't want it to be underlined. The other thing is this post button. Probably would like to make that an icon button. Toolbar. There we go. It makes a post button go on the other side. So I can't use navigation in here because I'm not inside routes. I can't imagine that's allowed. No. Like a nav bar, we could do React router link. No, I keep clicking Apple Music. It's not what I mean to do. If I use that directly, I have no idea where I am. Navbar. Router link. If I do router link directly, closing, not insert, move the 2, make this a div. Okay, so I can't set the component. Is there title? Why? Just go to React router link. I don't want it to be underlined link. Let's see, React router link. Um, Style text decoration, none. I'm sure that can't have any problems. Nope, it's still that stupid purple color that I want. Color to just be default. I guess in default would not help. Just say white. It's not great because if you use light mode, then although I can get the color. Doing this probably text primary. Okay, so it's still a link, but if I made this the router link component and gave it the 2 and remove text decoration. There we go. Ah, my goodness. I also need to like center these. That's an issue for later. Post is a terrible looking button. And then the other thing is like, I don't know if I want to put the page title in right here. But then I guess it doesn't really go too well with this title. I also want to... Oh, there's so many things to do. Okay. Maybe I'll leave that alone for now. So if I go back home, I guess there needs to be a clear way to go back. But I mean, like, just use the back buttons. I also need to update my links. The other thing, I guess the thing is what I want to do actually is up here, at least on like the home page, is have like my Twitch status appear. So like if I'm streaming on Twitch, it'd be nice to have it appear up here. Probably just like a thing that says live on Twitch or something. Or I could even display it here. I need to update my links. And add more projects. I need to update the image for this actually. I might as well do that while I'm at it. Do a little sand sim. I have no good way of getting like a screenshot actually. I wonder if it'd be nice for like screenshots and like screen capture, like making a video, if you could like make a screenshot in game. Let's see. Sand sim dev time. Okay. OpenGL. Screenshot. Thanks. I was going to click something, but then, I clicked the wrong key. How to take a screenshot, OpenGL C++. I found GL read pixels, but I don't know what to do next. This piece of code captures the OpenGL window and export as a BMP file. You must have free image library to run it. That's not what I want. We'll copy the bits into a memory buffer that you supply. You have to manually format data to the image format of your choice and write to disk after read pixels. GL uses GL init window, initialize, get the frame buffer size, allocate the memory for it, GL read pixels, save screenshot. Okay, that's not too bad. So let me open this up on another window. Wrong IDE. Let's say graphics system, get window, init exit done, set up. Right, we don't have update and render. We don't need any of these. We need the like get window size, which is easy. We can do that. Okay, let's say in app. Right after we've done everything, before we swap the buffers, my keyboard will work. Let's see, input is key triggered, and then if, and I think this takes a string, an int for a key. GL key, let's say like F1, GLW key F1. Then we need to get the window width and height. Let's see, graphics system. Just call it graphics. Yeah, graphics system. Get window. Oh, just graphics get window. So while window, okay. So yes, graphics get window, width and height. Then we need to create our buffer. Unsigned char pointer of pixels. I'm sure that's right. Times 4. So we can do RGBA, okay. I don't really care about alpha that much, but GL read pixels. 0 from 0, 0. The width and height, which is our screen, the format RGBA, the type unsigned byte, and pixels, which is our buffer. Save image implementation. I am going to copy that. We can just copy that part. Screen shit. Not insert. My god. Please. Width, height, and data. That's just our pixels. I'd be surprised if this worked. So if I press F1, I should get a screenshot in my folder here. Got some warnings. Not my problem. Oh, I need to... My goodness, what a mess this place is. I guess I should see out. Should actually make that string. Writing image. Standard inline. What is going on here? What is going on here? Standard cout. Could swear that comes from IOStream. So weird that it's not finding that. Do I need to update JetBrains? Are you having a stroke or something? So if I run... Okay, so I'm not getting any print there. Key released, perhaps? Something's not right with this. Why is Imgui doing something weird? Okay. Probably just not even running that. Should probably do it here. Nothing. I click F1 and nothing even happens. Is there something weird with F keys? Say I press like the Q key. Let's go to the build output, not the run. F open is deprecated. Actually, do I need to call this after I swap the buffers? Regardless, I'm not writing anything. I'm not sure why this says it can't find this. Yeah, let's update. Something's broken. It might take ages to update though. Back to my web dev stuff though. Oh, because I wanted to get a screenshot. A new screenshot. What the heck? Just make sure I'm up to date. Already up to date. Okay, now it's fine. Okay. So now if I run... nothing happens. If I press Q, nothing. So how the hell is like my layer working? GLFD, GLFW keys, key held. So we know key held works. Is there a reason this won't work as system? Init update. Nothing happens in update. Render. Why do we update things and render? That can't be right. Okay. Why do I have so many tabs open? Is key held? Okay, that works. Sure, there's just some like logic error. Key released. God. Okay, so if I press it, nothing. If I release it, nothing. So is key released? There's probably some logic error in here. Because key held works fine. Last and current false. Okay. Because there's no way to really, like, actually press the key while debugging, which is kind of annoying. Can I put a condition on here? So if last equals true. Didn't need to do that. Okay, so last was true. And current is also true. So the key would be held if last and current, if currently the key is held. Then we can break now, continue. This key is no longer held. Celeste is false. Current is false. This is supposed to happen after update. So that would be in render. That's why I was putting in render, because it needs to happen after we finish. Basically after we swap the buffers, or even before then. Because the key is this frame. We're going to get the callback on the next time we call. Or this needs to happen before we update. Or this needs to happen before these are called. And before everything else. And these are going to be called when this happens. So we'll pull events. system update, then we do all the render. So we're going to want to do that before we call render on everything, but not quite ideal, but get rid of these. Continue. There we go. I really need to figure out the update order of things, because that's not great. Because ideally you want this to happen, be updated before everything, but this also needs to be called before I pull events. I could just insert a system right before or right after this that then pulls events. I also wonder if maybe there's a way to pull events, like separate this out a bit. It's like I want to pull like input events separately than like screen resize events or whatnot, which would be handled in here. We have like this callback. I think that ends up calling all callbacks. We have like an error callback, frame buffer size callback. But then we should have a screenshot here. That looks correct. Alright, what did I manage to mess up? Let's do this. Just RGB. Oh, you know what? It's because I haven't rendered anything. Oh my god. Because I need to actually render? Do I need to swap the buffers? So I need to do this before I clear also then. So this will be completely last frame. Because otherwise it's just... I need to press escape. So I press Q, writing image. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want the ImGUI stuff to be included, which is why I would want this to be out. Yeah, I need to really fix the update order of things. But we do have screenshots now. This is just like the rawest screenshot ever. Uncompressed. Okay, so because I want this to happen after I render everything, but before I render ImGUI. But it won't work because by then I've rendered the input system, which is actually updated it. But that's because it needs to actually update here. Input system needs to update here. So the cringe way I'm going to do this. Let's go to input system H. So as system, we're going to add a void pre-poll events update. This is our actual update function. So we'll go ahead and generate definition. We'll do that. So then we can void input system pre-poll. Thank you. Pre-poll events. We don't actually have a render function. There's like so many of these like small things that I just run into because I've made all of this stuff very poorly. And I'm adding to it now. Redundant. Cool. What did I do? Stop the run. And then hackily I will just input system pre-poll events update. And then that way I can actually do this before ImGUI renders. And that should be fine. Unless I have to swap the buffers before. That might be a problem. Could also just have a whole separate, like... Okay, so we are writing an image. First, my mouse is on low battery. Okay, that works. That works. Perfect. Not a very presentable image. So now if I can open and explore. I guess I can open GIMP. Probably the easiest way to export it is a normal PNG. It's not 2 megabytes. I haven't used GIMP in a while. I think GIMP 3.0 came out. Oh, GIMP decided to try to open on my other screen. 2.10. Yeah, download GIMP 3. Hell, might as well. We'll do that later. If I ever remember to. And then all I need to do is file and then save as. No, export. Export as. That always gets me every time. Am I not able to select? Okay, yeah. So if I just say PNG, screenshot PNG, export. I would be surprised if that worked. Okay, it did. Reopen File Explorer, yes. It's definitely a PNG. Wackery smackery. Welcome. Welcome back. Not even using GIMP 3.0. I just opened GIMP. I haven't used GIMP in a long time. It did tell me to update. Okay? I did open the download page. I just didn't want to deal with it because I just needed to export this as a PNG. I didn't need to like... I added the ability... Painfully added the ability to take screenshots of the sand sim. I guess I just need to find a way to make it output as a PNG. I have no idea. Basically, I'm just writing... I think it's just a raw image bytes. What is ppm exactly? What is ppm image? I think it's just like raw portable pix map. So basically just a bitmap. Time to include libpng or use QOI. Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with it. I just wanted to dump the raw bytes and then into a format that works and then open it in something that'll convert it to an image or a PNG. I also want to minimize the amount of like dependencies that the SandSim uses. So like adding a dependency and then that dependency needs dependencies and that like it's just a whole single header. Perfect. It's not a thing that I'm concerned about doing right now. I just needed that to work. Now I can drag my PNG into here. We'll just call this, yes, refactor. I think that actually moved the file. Yeah, okay. No, I don't care. Hopefully things support it. Alright, let's see. What is this? Quite okay image format for fast lossless image compression. Like, it doesn't need to be fast. It's not like I'm taking a bajillion screenshots. Wonder if I could also support, like, screen recording, basically. It also needs to be cross-platform. That's the other thing. At least between Windows and Linux. I could probably... I'm pretty much caring less about Mac. It hasn't been able to compile on Mac for a while, but not because of the OpenGL version. But then I don't require a higher OpenGL version, so it might compile on Mac if you can get JThread to work. My mouse is about to die. I don't have... I need, like, USB ports on my desk. Alright. Have you seen QOI is small as a dep but has AS support? You probably don't want to include libpng. Yeah, I can just find some, or I can just write my own PNG thing. I'm sure it's not that complicated. Are you sure? Actually, I'm sure it's actually quite complicated. Have you seen the web page now though? So if I go to, I finally updated my name there, but that posts look a little nicer. If I go to here, not here, yes, here, maybe here. Yes, okay. We'll just use screenshot PNG. There we go. I don't think they're fixed width. Yeah, okay. So I want the height to be auto. I want the width to be fixed. Okay, we can make it a little larger. Maybe 400 maximum. Use rim instead, so it's responsive. Rim isn't responsive. Nothing about this is responsive. I'm probably gonna have something different for like smaller screens. I need to like the cards themselves just aren't even responsive, and I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I'll probably just have like different screen size. These will probably just, I don't know, like who's actually gonna be looking at this. I'm just gonna say this. Most people that probably come to my website and are looking at posts are probably coming from a direct link to a post. So like, if this, like, it doesn't need to be like perfect. 350. I don't want it to be massive. Okay, that's a little better. But like responsiveness or whatever, like I can just figure it out later. I'm trying to just get like the base style down for now. I do want these to be centered. Or if I could figure out something to put here, I doubt that I would. Like if you're like this large, it's like that's a lot of like wasted space. Also, I'm thinking probably switching to actually using a D1 or something. I think it's D1, yeah, D1 instead of key value, because that way I can actually like query these a little better. Because like the key value thing, I can't like, you know, sort by date and then grab the last 10 of them. I can just grab the last 10, but I think it's always sorted by like the keys alphabetically or something. I don't know, but like I don't want to be, I want this to be the recent posts, not just whatever ones are at the top of the food chain, the key chain. But yeah, I did I made it so I can do title. I also should go to make post so you can see that. I changed to another thing. So it's a little more like Obsidian's editor now, with some like manual style editing, you know. So like this is what I wanted, where like keeps the markdown syntax, but it applies the markdown to it. I think Discord also does that. The only problem is I can't get the syntax highlighting to work. Unless I disable the thing that allows me to do all this. The other thing is both of them use the same like thing internally. So like I could just like write my own thing and whatnot, but like I'm the only one who's using this, so like I'm probably not going to be writing code in here very much anyway. So I can just deal. This This editor thing actually is meant for like code editing. It's like yeah. But like this is fine. And then I also have the ability to actually put a post title. I should probably make it so that's a required thing before I click the post button. And I need some sort of way to confirm I actually posted. And then I still need a way to be able to edit posts. So if I refresh this, okay, that didn't work. Okay, I should probably get rid of that console log. Bad credential. Oh, right. The reason I was able to post is because I removed the credentials thing. Oh, well. I'm too lazy, but this is a lot better. I do need the ability to then upload images, upload the summary image, and like embed images in here. I also might want to be able to have like a header image. I also want this text to be, I want the text to be centered in here, but I don't want the text centered. I want the like element to be width and then center, which is really easy. I don't know then if I want, I guess then the title needs to be centered. Unless I have like a header image maybe. I don't know. There's also like a lot of wasted space. Good luck. I know. But posts are also kind of live on dev. So if I go to posts, Inspire pages dev, things are, you know, a mess, but like this does actually work. I'm sure you've seen it. Alright, let's see. Close that. Close that. Get rid of that. I need to close so many tabs. Don't forget to not leak any keys. Oh yeah. I don't think there's any way for me to leak anything, so. Cause I have the so-called secrets for the login. Those are set in like the Cloudflare dashboard, so. And what's being used locally, I actually have no idea when I'm running this locally. I don't think it's actually using anything. Could be wrong. But yeah, this thing, we're looking at that. I can just close these. I'll come back. Not that hard to find them. Don't need this open. Don't need that open. I already have that open. Client error messages. Don't need that. TypeScript question. Possible expand. Okay, I don't need that. Oh, embed. We can just reopen that if I need it. Invalid credential code. Readable stream. We can close that. I have so many tabs open. We're not using Blocknote anymore. Let's see. How else can I copy a website? Websites. Ah, yes. Alright, we'll close your website. I don't need that open. Blocknote, get out of here. Remark.js, React Markdown. Oh, this is my Markdown parser plugin, I think. And reopen that if I need it. Okay. Much better. Things look better. That was the main thing. I guess centering these now. Let's see. Posts. That should be easy. So if I just display flex. Stop. What are you doing? And then should be able to like align items, content, who knows? Center. I never know what align items and align content do. Okay. Not what I want. Flex direction row. Or is it column? There we go. That's a lot better. And then that's, yeah, that's dynamic. Things are weird on smaller screens, but that's just like, I just need to figure out how to deal with that later. But that's a lot better. And I guess the same thing could probably be done for this. So the actual post view. See, display flex. Ah, yes. Very good, very good. Already looking better. That's a lot better. That's basically what I wanted there. I don't want the date to be centered. I don't know if I want the... So it's weird when the title's not actually centered then. There's text isn't centered, so it's weird, I guess is what I should say. And then also the padding is weird. Yeah, that's a little better. So I guess if I want that to not be like that, then we'll have to put these into an element of some sort. Post edit date. So put that all into an element. And then they won't be centered weird. And then I guess margin top. We also want something maybe like 2 rem. This is a little better. This line is getting long, so let's put some new lines, shall we? It's better. Post edit date. Why is this so long? If the post edit date, blah blah blah. I have no way to actually edit posts. I guess I could do like posted and then just add like a add this onto it. Just do like a that. So if post edit date's not null, we want text plus date. There we go. Then we have a way to display that it's been edited, if it has been. So I should actually be able to like modify these. If I go to state KV and just modify one of these. To do title, let's do the other one. What is this doing? Yeah, let's quit that. There we go. Here we go. Title. Post date, post edit date. So we'll go ahead and do that. Replace that with a number. Go ahead and rerun that. It's not doing weird things. There we go. So then if it's edited, it'll have an edit date. Cool. Perfect. I feel like maybe the text should be centered. Small screens are just annoying, in my opinion. I bet we could also make this maybe a little bit wider. So this doesn't actually need padding. We'll start with that. Let's say SX. I think we can just let's grow. I don't actually know what flex grow does. It's a weird, mysterious number. Select this. Flex grow is not needed there. 10 million. So we take this. Sets the flex grow factor. Negative numbers are invalid. Do I need to display flex? It's probably the first thing. Okay. So we want this element. So I guess this needs to be flex direction. Let's do that. Ow. Post contents. I want this to be a tiny bit wider. I guess I can just... I don't want to tell it a fixed width, because then it'll be a fixed width. But I don't want to tell it to be some percentage, because then it's also always some percentage. And I don't want to deal with, like, medium size, small size things. This is just width of fit content, basically, doesn't it? Let's think. I want this to... I really need to change the styling of some of this. Like, if I make this longer... Yeah. So this is just going to be... I guess fixing the width of it. So... Let's see. if I do like, I think small, we can do with like, how do you do these sizing things? Layout, box, container, grid, stack. Do you just put that stuff in here now? No, of course. Didn't cut that. I think you just put that in here now. No. Let's see. Click away. See this portal. Why did they change the way these are done? How do you deal with layout stuff now? See, this is baseline. Transitions. Mm. Material UI. Let's see. Okay, it's the style, then the breakpoint. I see. So we want width, then small. Okay, that's better. So I guess we should do extra small first. Then small. So you're on a small screen, you just have to like suffer the no padding and fix that. Probably like not actually do the width, but probably just have some padding on it. Small, then you get to like medium. We'd probably just say like it's better, but still kind of weird. We'll just say that's good enough. I'll have to like go crazy over the style at some point. Okay, so things are styled a little bit better. These could do a little bit better when it comes to like small screen, but I don't know what to do with that. I'd probably just do this card layout when it gets to the small screen. Just take that. I think it's just probably as simple as removing all the flex related stuff. I do need to update my project. Oh, I was gonna update that image. That's what I was mainly doing. I think that's part of projects. So let's see the assets code link image assets project. Okay, so let's rename. We'll delete that one. Delete anyway. No. Yes. There we go. That's a little nicer. Little up-to-date image. If I go to posts, that breaks because the image assets projects. There we go. Now it's fixed. I do need to make it so I can actually select an image for that. I guess the next thing then, make post. I'd like to be able to like paste an image in or something. So if I just take a screenshot really fast of something, if I control V into there, nothing happens. Let's see.
I should get going because the traffic has calmed down.
Alright. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. My goodness. So, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I wanted to ask this about make post ready for the library I'm using. Not block note. I need to remove all those. Oh, I put it in a markdown editor. Here we go. Code mirror. Okay, so is there a way to detect when an image video is pasted into the code mirror editor? If I can type. I just can't type. Let's see what GPT has to say to us. You can see, add a pace listener. So handle pace. I'm sure this has some sort of editor ref current add event listener paste. Interesting. Why do you remove the event listener? Oh, is it to remove it when it's done? Interesting. Is there already an existing extension for this? I just need like a paste handler then. Handle paste. Paste handler. View plugin from class constructor. Handle paste. I'd like to just make my own plugin piece probably, so I hate when it gives me two responses. Okay, so this is probably the better way to go. Code mirror view. View plugin. Let's see, remove when done. I'm gonna probably rip out most of the code, so we just make a TypeScript file. Paste handler. Alright, what is this doing? This is really hard to read it in GPT's world. So we have a constructor. This handle paste dot bind this. Advent listener paste. Okay. Surely there's a nicer way to do this. View plugin, define, create. This is weird. Why would you put a class in here? So editor view is a class. Declare class. So we're using view plugin from class. So this is what I want. View plugin. No, I didn't want to scroll the text size. Thank you. Great. No, I don't. Fucking bullshit. Here we go. Paste handler, export default, const. Get out of here. Okay, I guess I have to actually... Remove event listener, thanks. This was so useless. This dot handle paste, this handle paste bind. What? No idea what that's doing. View editor view. So we want to set am I allowed to set this dot view equals view? This dot view. This handle paste. I don't know what handle paste bind this. I don't know what the fuck that line's supposed to do. So let's see. Handle paste clipboard event. Do this dot view. And then we need to remove event listener. So, no, thank you. Remove event listener. Why does this need a function? Alright, so what are we doing in here? So items, event, clipboard, data items. For item, if item type starts with image or video. So probably want to console log item type. So the type's image, item get as file. If file, it will read. So file reader. Reader on load, base 64. Okay. Pasted image, we'll paste in the base 64. Then we'll dispatch changes from view state selection main head insert marked in syntax. Okay, so if we take our paste handler, we close node modules, and I can prevent that from happening if I just do that. So if I do this, when I create it, I can do a paste handler. If I reload this. So if I paste text, we get text plain, text HTML, text RTF. Okay. If I paste a screenshot, so if I take like a screenshot of this and paste that, cannot read properties undefined reading dispatch. Okay. So there wasn't a video, image PNG. An empty string was passed to the src attribute. So that was not correct at all. If image or video, if type starts with image, what? Item types definitely starts with image. but it pasted in a video instead. That makes absolutely no sense. So we console log the item type image slash PNG. The item definitely starts with one of these. Item type starts with image. Why is it pasting video instead? If the type starts with fucking JavaScript weird shit. As data URL. Console.log item.type. So we'll go ahead and log that twice. So if I paste this, then the item type is nothing. What the heck? Item type. So if I paste, get no. Paste image. We get PNG, 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 not anything. PNG, 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 nothing. So we're fine there. Reader onload. Oh, is this not capturing item in here? So we do the type there. We don't need to log it here. So if we log the type and then inside of here we log it. So reload that. Try to paste our image. Yeah, okay. So this isn't capturing the value. So I wonder if this has any like information on it. So paste that. So we have the file reader, ready state 2. We have the result, data image PNG. So we probably just want to say if reader dot result starts with we can just do this. If the base64 starts with that thing I copied that didn't actually copy, so data image slash, yeah. Then if I reload, I'm not gonna have to deal with this later, but okay, pasted image, data image, base64. Now I don't want to actually do that. I want to write the file out to somewhere. I just don't write, let's see, reader, read is array buffers, batch event, okay. I want to like upload it, but I don't want to upload it until I click post. Basically. So on paste, I want to hold it. But I need to be able to access it. This obviously doesn't work. Like if this was a URL, I think this would work. So let's... Man, that is long. A million years later. There we go. We'll just do this because I don't actually know where it is. So that works, and that's probably what I want it to end up being. So maybe I do upload it. . Although not supporting the data URL is interesting. This, fine. It's the, actually, I don't know. Updated content, yeah. So my markdown renderer doesn't understand what to do with that. But I want... I guess I should upload it. So I don't need to log that. Maybe I do upload it, but I give it a lifetime of like something, like, I don't know, an hour. But then when I click post, I modify the lifetime back to infinity. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, so trying to think. How do I actually upload? I have to make a function for that. Do I want to deal with that? Okay. I mean, I've already gotten to this, I might as well. So I don't want to make it base 64, I just want to actually upload it somewhere, probably Cloudflare's R2 buckets. Let's see, cores, public buckets. Public buckets expose the contents of your bucket directly to the internet. That is completely fine. Get started. So let's see here. Okay, I don't want to watch your video. Install Wrangler, create a bucket. Upload your first object. Workers runtime APIs, buckets object API, workers, Cloudflare latest R2 worker. Find your bucket. See, put await my bucket, put key request body. So key is just the name of the file. But then I don't need to do anything else. Okay, so not too complicated. To avoid errors, create a clone of your request object with request clone. Okay, examples. I don't care much. Okay, so that means I should be able to create a bucket if I go to R2 object storage and click the right thing. Include free monthly usage. So I get 10 gigabytes for free. Shouldn't hit that too fast. Maybe if I do a lot of videos. Plenty of operations. Should really change my card that I use. Alright, API. Manage API tokens. So I want to create a bucket. Get started by creating a new empty bucket. You'll be able to add data to your bucket using the dashboard. Regular CLI. Okay. Bucket name. What do we call the buckets? Posts assets. Just call it that. Location automatic. Storage class infrequent access will be frequent access. Create bucket. Settings. Public access. Specify how your bucket can be accessed. When a custom domain is connected to your bucket, the contents of your bucket will be made publicly accessible through that domain. So we'll call it assets. Yo, what did I heard a sound. Oh, I hit the follower goal. Polar Bear, welcome. Thank you for the follow. So I don't have my OBS open or anything, so I can't actually see. Hey, what's up? Congrats. Thank you, thank you. I guess I need to make a new goal. Hey, I hit 30 followers. 20 more followers to go. And also, like, 3 average viewers, and then I can get, what is it called? Twitch, affiliate. There we go, that's the word. What are you doing? I am trying to make it so I can make like blog posts kind of on my website. And right now, currently, I'm trying to make it so I can actually upload like images and stuff into the post. So I'm trying to set up some of the like server side stuff. Just say assets.inspur.com. We can spell right. Minimum TLS version. Continue. That'll make everything in here accessible. When you enable R2 dev access, anyone on the internet can use a public URL. However, usage is rate limited. Okay. CORS policy. I don't really care about CORS right now. It's not a huge thing. How long have you been coding? Like, you mean like how long I've been doing over my lifetime? Can't really think. I've been coding for, I started in like 2018 or 2019, sometime then. So quite a few years. I guess I started maybe early 2018. I started doing like web dev related stuff, but I was doing everything in like the GitHub editor. I was just editing files straight in GitHub on an iPad. Those days were tough. My goodness. I think then in like 2019, like late 2019 or early 2019, I don't really remember. I got a Raspberry Pi, so I started like, I actually had a desktop then at that. The Raspberry Pi was a desktop for me then. I was able to like start doing things, and I think I tried. I started getting into like Discord bot development. So I like started with Python. No one uses Python for Discord bot development, so I moved to like JavaScript and Node.js. I felt like Node.js should have been illegal. I still think it should be, but like running JavaScript on your computer directly just felt wrong to me, especially since like I was used to running in the web and I had no idea what I was doing with code anyways. So, but and then I did a lot of like Discord bot stuff and web dev. Um, I kind of had like burnout for a few years. Like I kind of coded off and on between then, tried to like I messed around with various things, and then I started college, and that had me doing C and C++. So that was a whole new experience to me, and honestly, I've pretty much fallen in love with C++. Not that I don't think it's the perfect language. It's so close to being the perfect language in my opinion, but like it's got its every language has its flaws. So like, but like to me, I really like working in C++. So I've I had some idea. I really like falling sand games. Those 2D like pixel game things. Um, so I started making one in 3D using C++, completely custom game engine. Let me know if you want to see that. I can pull it up again. But I need a new follower goal. Ended goals. Manage goal. Let's do 50 follower goal. We gotta get there. Go ahead and start the goal. There we go. You want to see it? Sounds sick? Alright. Let me pull it up. I just recently messed around in this code too, so I don't actually know if everything still works. I was trying to make it so I can take a screenshot of the games. There's a screenshot if you get this up. Might as well make it full screen. So basically you can just draw these particles all around. None of them really interact with each other yet. And you can see there's like a huge mess. Loading chunks is kind of bad. I need to fix that. But then you have different particle types that can be drawn with. Drawing is also laggy, but why are my FPSs dying? There we go. Things, yeah, it's like water doesn't properly interact with things, so you can get like sand or even like lavas, like in this case. Movement speed is different with the screen size, I feel like. Yo, welcome. I don't know how to say your username. I'll just call you Chado. But yeah, so like nothing actually interacts with each other yet, so you can get like sand floating on top of water and whatever. But I've also added like steam, which does actually go up. So really the laggiest things, I think the laggiest thing right now is actually loading chunks and or saving them. I actually don't know which one. And also they're kind of broken. These red particles here are, my goodness. The red particles are bad error ones, so something's going wrong. Uh it runs at like almost 800 FPS, but simulation is a little bit sluggish, especially if there's a lot of stuff that's moving. But yeah, And the whole idea too is that chunks will be infinite in all directions, hopefully. I'll have to. Technically, I can do that now. It's just I've disabled it because, like, chunk loading is murdering me. Uh, I also do have some rendering optimizations, I think. Yeah. I have actually been doing streams working on this, but I haven't been doing very many streams right now on it. For the last week or two because I've been trying to work on my website. You see the vision? Yeah. Yeah. I want to make the simulation a little more physics based rather than like rule based. Cuz the doing physics based means probably overall less like looping. It'll probably actually be a little less difficult to calculate, whereas like the rule based stuff I have, it's like I gotta check this spot, it can't move there, let me check all these other, like it's just like a whole nightmare and whatnot. So maybe things will be a little better with that. But I've been wanting to be able to make posts about the things I do and like the updates I make to my website, so it's easier to like share it because I usually share the updates in like Discord servers and stuff, but like I I gotta like paste the message everywhere and or like I guess Discord has forwarding messages now, but then like that's kind of difficult sometimes. So it's just like it's easier if I can just copy a link to a post somewhere and like you're in multiple projects. So cool what you're doing. Yes. I also have, my actual main page. Um I do need to add more of my projects to here, but these are like the two that I've actually like I guess probably the only two projects really that I've actually successfully gotten to a point that was of satisfaction, I should say. So, like the falling sand simulation right now is apart from particles not interacting with each other, like lava and water don't, do anything. Um, Apart from that, I've pretty much reached my like original idea with the sand sim. So I guess I kind of consider it done, but like I have momentum with it and like now I've actually gotten to like my original intent with it. I want to actually continue. I do want to add like a game mode to it as well. I want to like two modes separate. One's like just this simulation mode, and then one's like a gameplay mode. I have some ideas for that, but like I gotta get a whole bunch of things sorted out before I start doing any gameplay. Multiple projects, random little things like crypto. I haven't done any crypto stuff. I do want to do like some machine learning stuff. I just don't know what I would do or what I would like train a model to do. It's just like training a model to like write code or something. It's like that already exists. I don't need to. But would you think you got it, crypto? I guess I don't quite understand like like coding something related to crypto. 'Cause that's a whole thing in itself, I'm sure. You think I yeah. I mean I know you can do some code stuff. What you do is insane. Oh, I don't consider it insane, but like, I guess it's a matter of perspective. I feel like crypto related stuff would be like too difficult for my current understanding of things. Not that I couldn't do it. It would just take a lot of like effort, but like I don't have too much interest in it, so it'd probably be a lot more difficult. Would be interested in joining project. What kind of project? I already have enough projects, probably, unless it's like really small. I also have work too. I have a job outside of my hobby of doing this. A small project. What is the project about? Okay, so back to creating my bucket while that's going. Nothing too crazy. That's concerning. Let me move chat over here so I can see it sort of while I'm messing around with this. Default multi-part abort roll. I don't care with these stupid words. Lock. I don't care about locking. Event notifications automatically trigger workers to take an action when data in your R2 bucket changes. Interesting. Let's make an AI project. I feel like I need to have my website uh I need to have my website a little more intact before I start another project, I feel like. But I wouldn't mind joining another project at some point. I also want to try vibe coding, but I don't have any project ideas for that. I need to. I feel like that's something I need like a specific project of some sort to use it on, and like use it on entirely. Because I don't want to make a mess in my any of my existing code bases. What is your Discord? It is Inspur. Very simple. One of my friends encoded a image into an audio file and it sounds terrible. So let's see here. Incremental migration. Is there any way to bucket lock rules? Object lifecycle. Here we go. Manage object life cycles by specifying rules to automatically delete objects after a specified time. Default multi-part abort rule. Right, life cycle abort uploads after 7 days. Abort incomplete multi-part uploads after 7 days. Okay. That's fine. Delete uploaded objects after some amount of days. Is there a way to tell an object to not take part in the rule? I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but it's because I have it on another window. I don't need to dox myself. Alright, let me accept your friend request. Alright. I'm gonna close Discord for now, so I can focus on this. Okay, so assetsinsper.com, S3 API, bucket details. So if I go ahead and upload some sort of asset into here, say this picture, if I open this up, custom metadata, storage custom, I wonder if there's a way to tell an object that it has a lifetime or like change it individually per object. So how do I get the URL? I bet it's something pretty simple like assets.insper.com/archaea.png. Can download it. Domains not allowed. Public URL access not allowed. How do I... Or did it not save? Come on. Assets. Spur.com. Continue. Connect domain. There we go. I actually have to press the button. Alright, it might take a few seconds. It may take a few minutes to take effect. I don't know how many other things I didn't save. I guess I didn't really change anything. I mean, I guess I can show this page. It's not like there's much on here. It's just like I can store an object in here. So, nothing like crazy. Sure, I managed to dox myself somehow anyway. Metrics, average storage, Class A operations. Cool. I should be able to access this soon enough. Assetsinspir.com. Public URL access not allowed. Domains. How do I make... When a custom domain is connected to your bucket, the contents of your bucket will be made publicly accessible through that domain. I guess it's still propagating. Might help to do this. Not secure. What are you talking about? Oh, there we go. Is this your bucket? Enable public. Okay, there we go. There we go. Just letting you know you were just added to the group with the team. Cool. I'll check it out. I guess I can look very quickly. Coolio. I will let you know. Alright, so now we actually have the bucket working. Very good. So if I just go to here, okay. Object not found. Yeah, fine. Because I'm not pointing to an asset. Perfect. So I guess next I need to give this access to my bucket. So R2 adding Wrangler Tommel. I've learned to not actually copy and paste code from here because it breaks things with invisible characters. R2 bucket binding bucket name. Okay. R2 bucket. And then binding and bucket name. Bucket name. We'll just call this assets. Actually, I think that's taken. Post assets. The bucket name. Conveniently named posts assets. Might as well keep it consistent. Okay, posts assets. Okay, so now I need to. Oh, this is complaining. R2 buckets binding should have bucket name field. Okay, yeah. So I need to Wrangler types. And then Wrangler pages dev. Then I should be able to post assets R2 bucket. We'll go ahead and copy that. Manager get. We'll make a new file called upload TypeScript interface env. We're gonna want to steal this one for upload. We don't need the key value. Okay. And then let's see. Export const. We'll steal that. Take upload. We actually want to also steal this to make sure we are properly authenticated. On request post, we'll do put. So let's see here. So if from workers on a put request, await inv bucket, return response post key successful, key URL path name slice 1. Okay, so you're gonna have to send that. Okay, so we're going to want to get that from. We need this. I need to copy. Uh, Not that one. This URL param value. Copy that. Close, close, close. URL param value. Asset name. Just say name. Okay. Let's see. Await bucket put. Cool. Await inv. Stop that. Context dot inv dot posts assets. Why did I spelling error that? My goodness. Go ahead and stop that. Regenerate the types. Redev. There we go. Now it's right. This is not a function. Put. Request URL param value. We'll call this asset name. Put asset name and context dot body. Request dot body. There we go. So this wants a readable stream. Fine. Perfect. Array buffer. Cool. Does this return? A promise R2 object. Okay. So const upload response. Upload response. What kind of values are on here? I guess we'll just console log it and then return new response. Make sure to add semicolons. We'll just say message success. My music stopped, I just realized. Why did you do that to me? What the hell are you think you doing here? My goodness. Alright. Let's do some... Do some more music there. There we go. Success. Okay, so then if I request upload, markdown editor, past handler. Oh my goodness. Paste. Refactor. Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. Okay, so we don't want to do any of this base 64 nonsense. We want to reader read as data URL. No. As array buffer, probably. File. Okay, now this can all get out here. File reader. New file reader. Okay, so on load. Base 64 reader result. Let's just console log reader result. Markdown syntax. We're going to paste in that the URL, so things will probably break here. So we go to here, go back to make post and reload. We'll take a new screenshot of some sort, paste that in. Okay, so we get an array buffer. Base 64 starts with, yeah, I know. Okay, so yes. Memory inspector, whoa. That's insane. Okay. Byte length detached, resizable. Okay, so fetch myself. Am I allowed to make this async? I guess I don't have to return anything, so I guess const response equals await fetch. We want my post URL. It's probably in here. Post API URL. Go ahead and import that. This is supposed to not have a slash over it. So add one, upload, and then body reader results. That should be fine. I'll go ahead and put these on new lines. Just so things are a little cleaner. Console.log response. I guess this should... Oh, we also need to include a name. So we'll just say test PNG. Then we don't need to do this. We can just do pasted image. I need the $sign. And I guess it should respond back with the thing, but we'll just do https://assets .inspir.com/ the asset name, which for now is just test.png. And then we can get rid of this. This view dispatch, perfect. And then this should work. Fetch. I guess I need to tell this that it needs to be a put request. Method put. There we go. So if I reload this, paste my image, name not resolved. Okay, I didn't want network. So if I go to test.png, did it upload? No, it did not. So we got an error or something. 405 method not allowed. Oh, I remember. Freaking cores, that's right. No, I allow all methods, never mind. Upload. Put. Bad credentials. Type cores. Well, this is definitely 405 method not allowed. If I dot log not context making post, or I'll just say asset. I don't want to actually reload, paste, method not allowed. Interesting. On request put. I need to also include that, so that might help. Method put, and then headers. Authorization. And a comma. So let's retry this again. .405 method not allowed. Interesting. So I'm being denied. Options upload. Put upload not allowed. So middleware is saying I'm not allowed to make put requests. Method not allowed. Oh, because I put it in posts, that's why. So then that's fine. This can go back to being put. There we go. That's why, because it's not actually an endpoint. Unauthorized. There we go. That's better. So let's see. We did get making asset. I'm going to remove this temporarily so I can actually like try to. Okay, so it's not uploaded yet. Paste. Status okay. If I refresh, it is not uploaded, so something went wrong. It's key. I guess I can do that. It's key. Oh, because it uploaded locally, that's why. So for testing purposes, it's not the correct place, but we paste an image. I guess I don't actually know where that goes locally. R2. Yeah. So I guess I can't really test this locally. Assetsinsper.com. Is there a way to tell local functions to use the actual cloud? Local functions, local development, pages dev. Wrangler dev. Remote dev started. Okay. There may be times where you want to develop against remote resources and bindings. To run Wrangler dev and remote, use remote flag, and it will run both code and resources remotely. Oops. I was reading that. I clicked the space bar by accident. Wackery. You're still going? Yes, I am. Do I really only have one viewer now? My goodness. Okay. So there's no way to bind... Here, there we go. It says you can do... No, I know you can do it locally. The problem is I want to use D1 remotely. Otherwise I have to... There's no way for what I'm doing to work locally is a problem. Like, I paste an image in, like, yeah, it'll give me this, but it's like, well, now I can't access it. Unless I make a function for it. But, like, in the cloud, I'm not going to make a function because I'm just going to access the direct URL, which would be, did I change that? Yeah, it would just be assetsinspr.com and the asset name. That way I don't have to, like, make a function to handle getting it. Because then I still have to, like... Just makes life easier with things, honestly. I'll just make a new screenshot. So, like, if I paste in here... It's not going to actually upload it to the actual bucket. So I was trying to see if there's a way to use just the cloud bucket, but still use the other things locally. I don't think that's possible. Okay. Can't you just upload it to a local D1, or am I missing the point? You're missing the point. The problem is it uploads to the local D1. Or the R2, I should say, not D1. It uploads the image to the local R2, right? But I can't access it using my URL. I'm gonna have to make a function to access the image. And then the other problem is for some reason the markdown render I'm using does not render images with that are base 64 for some reason. I'm probably have to make like a function or a plugin or find a plugin that supports that. And I just don't want to deal with doing that. It's just like if I can give it a URL, then that's good enough. So like I was trying to see if I could have it upload the asset to the local R2 rather than... It doesn't look like you can. You have to do the whole thing remote, which I guess isn't a huge deal. Wrangler dev remote. But like, just for testing this, I mean, it's not like my live Jada thing has anything useful in it anyway. It just needs to be cleared. So if we stop this Wrangler dev remote. Apparently that's not an option. Okay, I guess it doesn't work with pages. So we go back to pages. I guess I just have to actually deploy it and see if it works. Okay, so maybe it's possible. When using Wrangler in the default local development mode, files will be written to local storage instead of the preview or production bucket. Refer to local development for more details. So, like, it is possible, but maybe not possible. If I do Wrangler's dev remote, okay. Yeah. But then I can't do remote. Okay, fine, whatever. It works, sort of. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work until we know that it works. So item type reader. Do we get any sort of information? I guess, how do I want to name these files? I guess I could just generate a unique ID, so const UUID equals random UUID. Go ahead and do the special string. Then we also need the type. The file extension, basically. We can't access this inside of here for some reason. Stupid JavaScript crap. We can access reader, we just can't access item. For whatever reason. I guess what's on reader? Console.log. Reader, just reader, thank you. PNG for now. So we'll go ahead and reload this. Paste that in. File reader. Yeah, we don't really know. Onload. Wonder if I can get around that. It's probably just some like deconstruction. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we need to actually save what the item type is before making it a file. So we want the item type dot split by my favorite character, the slash, and we want the second item in that list. And then I guess we should let's see, const file name. We'll go ahead and put that up there, and then we want this to go here inside of some quotes. And then we want to put the name into here, so file name. And then we want to do the same for here. Let's go file name. There we go. We don't need to console log the response. We'll just pretend that it's always not an error. Bad practice. Bad practice. Hmm. Obs. Okay. So let's see here. I need to authorize. That's yikes. I guess we can still access the local storage in here. I'm guessing, yeah. So that's fine. Yeah, I really should just move these stupid functions to a worker. Or like most of them to a worker. Like some of these are fine as a function, but like something like this upload thing or like making the actual posts, I feel like maybe it'd actually just be easier if it was a worker. Because then also I could run that separately. And I would also be able to use the remote resources instead of local. Let's see, event prevent default. I guess we can make this a little bit nicer by just putting this here instead of having this. All right. Let's see. Everything should be good. Post upload name, file name, and then it'll be uploaded there. Then we want to make sure we have this. We cannot console log making asset. I don't think there was anything I wanted to see here. So go ahead and do that. Upload response not used. So something we can just do is Wrangler. Hold on. I need to close this. I guess I should actually like make a commit. I should also upload all of these. Okay, so directories are supported. Okay. But I should upload these in there. Profile and then projects. Cool. Now those are live assets. That's not what I meant to do. Back to root directory. So now we'll do this as well. We want the posts assets URL, and that's https assets.inspur.com. We'll move this up here. So post assets URL. Paste handler. We need to make this use the correct thing. Post API URL. Slash. Paste that in. So post assets URL. I think that's the only place I need. Well, I guess if I remove all of those, where do I use all of the assets? Home profile. Avatar profile image. We will make that my favorite. I guess I need to actually do this if I want to template stream that. Profile Inspur avatar JPEG. Yes, I just uploaded those folders straight into there. Probably also store the project's markdown in there. Honestly, I should just store those in a database as well. That's a project for later though. So we don't actually need this. I think that's the only assets on here. Links, there's nothing on links. Make post, post, view post, project detail. This is all based on projects. So image, we don't need the brackets in this case. And this is projects. Schedule personalizer. There we go. Get out of here. We can copy this and paste that. And we don't need these anymore. These were expected as images, I think. So now they're URLs. Projects, TypeScript. Project detail. So image. I guess that's on home. Grid, projects, map, project selection, background image. So, okay, so it's just URL. Okay, it can be whatever. That's fine. Cool, cool. Get rid of button, card actions, do a little bit of cleanup. I really need to make this like a global constants, and then like if I'm in dev mode, assetsinsper.com. So I think I got all of my assets covered. Should be able to delete that. And then pm run dev. Everything should be a-okay. Yes. Things load in. Perfect. That works. That works. Posts. That's broken because, yeah. Let's see. Upload. Yes, I added auth back. Manage. I also have auth. Middleware is fine. I don't really care. Block note. I don't use block note anymore, so that's fine. Editor. Set markdown. Get out of here. On change. Get out of here. So we don't use this. Use effect. Or this. We don't use block note styles. I bet that's been messing with some stuff. Make post. I wish syntax highlighting worked in here. Keep pressing Control S to save. Updated content. Let's remove that console log. Markdown. Here we go. I never changed this code, so I don't care about that. Update doc change new text. Okay, things should be fine now. My goodness. Plenty of style updates and posts now. And now images and videos can be uploaded to post. I guess this isn't really limited to the images and videos. I guess I can change that. I can post a virus. Oh, I still need to do that. Okay, so make post. Go ahead and paste handler. JetBrains is being very slow. I'll wait. Give it a moment to figure its stuff out. Please, JetBrains, please. Analyzing code. My goodness, is it being slow? Okay, so now we can do that. User at password. Let's go. So there's that. What else was I gonna do? I just completely forgot. Oh, this isn't limited to images and videos anymore. Because I already detect the item type. So I can just remove one of those. Shift tab. Everything should be good. Auth fix and no longer limited to image video upload. There we go. Go ahead and push that. We should make sure this is actually deploying right. So key value pairs, I can close this tab. I have so many tabs open everywhere. In fact, I should probably check that my system's not going to be running out of memory in a minute. Okay, we're fine. Finding stuff. Alright. Workers and pages. We'll see if it deploys and runs and stuff. In progress. I'm holding my breath because I have no idea if this is actually going to work. Oh, complete. Success, your site was deployed. Cool. So now if I go to posts.inspire.pages.dev, we'll open the F12 menu. Now I have to be careful not to dox myself because my temporary credentials are in here. Not that they're actually any like good credentials, but I do need to change them. So if we go to posts, you can see that there are in fact posts here. This looks a lot better, although the posts that are here are garbage, of course. I need a better way of like authentication, because like if these were, I should make it so that all requests can accept authentication. Some of them require them, but some of them, if you give authentication and you are authenticated properly, that you can get some extra things like, you know, being able to edit the posts or something. All right, so we can do that. So let's go to make post. So say I take a screenshot. Actually, let's Stop that. Let's make a screenshot of the posts, then go back to make post and paste it. I can upload assets now. Did that asset actually upload? Is it just, it hasn't like propagated fast enough? R2 post assets. No, it did not upload. Unauthorized. So I test if I post this. Okay, bad credentials. Did I ever set my credentials in here? Hold on a moment. I don't think I ever did. I don't think I set them correctly. So let's refresh. We'll try that again. Unauthorized still. Oh, God. Did I make it? Hold on. Give me a few seconds while I figure out what I actually did here. There we go. Okay, let me refresh so that those aren't just there, because this is, you know, live, so might as well, okay, that did work. That did put the image in there, so we can go ahead and say test image asset upload. What happens if I had, like, a text file or something? So if I go to here, for example, if I take, we'll just say this one. Open Explorer. If I just copy that, what happens if I paste here? So we can say test image, test file, undefined. This is putting it as an image. It's not really an image. If I refresh this, those things do appear in there. Okay, cool. If I try to paste the image again... Okay, got rid of my screenshot. Let's see. So if I just take a screenshot of this disaster, paste that in, yes, perfect. And just post this. Alright, we did actually post. Okay, that's disaster. I do need to probably not allow images. Okay, so we got test image. It's very hard to see what's going on here. Test file. That would be this one. So if I go here. Okay, so that does work. It just doesn't know what the file is. I do then need to, like, okay. Perfect. Everything seems to be working pretty well. I do need to delete these assets then, because I just have a bunch of them in there that shouldn't be in there now because when testing this, I need to figure out how to actually size these right because that doesn't look good. And now like this is kind of weird. I really need to work on the summary thing now. You love undefined files, dot undefined files. I agree. Let's close that. Let's put this back in here. This is like semi-production. I can't actually link to these. So if you're interested in actually seeing this, I should be able to do that. You should be able to actually see it. It's very confusing though because the images I put in there, but now I should be able to make posts about the sand sim. I'm going to delete that one actually. If I just go to storage and databases. All right, I guess this post we can leave for now. If I go to here, key value pairs, I need to delete all of them except 90. So that one, delete, 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 get out of here. And then I can R2 object storage, delete all of the files I put in there because they don't belong. There we go. Should be able to reload. Everything's fine. Go to posts. Everything's fine. I guess I need to change that. The alt text. So if I go to posts, post image. Could probably do something a little better than that, but for now, that's all good. Everything seems to be working pretty well. I'd love to update this to actually do the title in the title. I could actually just manually do that, I guess. So if I go back to key value pairs, if I just view this one, I should be able to edit. I can then set the title to welcome. And then get rid of the welcome header. We'll just say save. And then we can see those changes real time. Yes. Okay, that did not... Oh, because the summary text. So we go edit. I need to probably have a separate summary text. There we go. Now you can see that. There we go. That's a little better. I should have put the edit date. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do need the ability to also actually manage posts easier. So like deleting them, editing them. I'm sure I can. And then also adding an image, or at least having a default image. Maybe I could do that based on like the related project or something. And the other thing is I want to be able to have like a header image. Okay, so that's fine. Blog post image. That's just like a small change. Change alt text on image. I probably should have a separate thing. I wonder if I know they have AI, workers AI. Can I just have like some sort of AI thing that runs and just generates a summary? Or do I want to write summaries myself? Input prompts. I guess I should look workers AI. How much does workers AI cost? Available on free and paid plans. Okay. Let's see here. Limits, costs, plans. Workers free. 10,000 neurons per day. Okay. What are neurons? That sounds like a stupid question, but like in the context of this, I have not a clue. In the context of AI, I know, but like in the context of this, I have no idea. It could be like, for all I know, some weird cryptocurrency thing they use. I don't freaking know. Measuring AI outputs, is it just like tokens? Okay, yeah, so it's just some weird, like, I wouldn't say currency, but like way of representing. It probably has some like actual, like, they have some way of actually calculating that, but like basically price and tokens. So you can probably end up using neurons pretty quickly. $44,000 neurons per M input tokens. Holy crap. Like tokens are like text characters, basically. So you're paying 48 cents per text character. Holy moly. And then you're also paying for the output too. If you do that one, obviously. It's a lot cheaper with their smaller ones. I don't think I would use this, honestly. Just just curious. It's a little insane just for... I also need the ability to put an image here. Let me close these. I feel so exhausted now. I think I'm probably going to end the stream here because, yeah. Oh, it's 9 p.m.? Holy moly. I need to eat dinner and stuff too. Alright. I might come back in like an hour or two and stream again doing like some sand simulation or something, or complete new projects. I don't really know. Or like maybe just chatting about like projects to do or something. But I think I'm gonna end the stream here. You know what? Let's do a raid for once. Let me pull up OBS. There we go. Break. Go to the break screen. All right. Thank you all for watching the stream, sticking around. Let's see. Who can we raid? See, I'm following some people. Let's see who's raidable. Could raid, probably don't have enough viewers to actually raid anyone I know. I don't think so. Not really. Not anyone who's doing... Well, I could do... Let's do this. We'll raid Matt. Bird's Quest. Alright. See you all later. I do need to enable sound. Do I have sound enabled? I do. I need to unmute the tab.